I'd like to call the meeting to order. Reorder, I should say. We were on recess. We're back from our recess, and I'll go to our opening remarks because we did our student and staff recognition 2.01. So 1.04. Good evening. As a reminder,
Should we put down there's two people here?
oh yeah, you're right. We did do a roll call. Thank you. Appreciate that, Cole. So yeah, for the minutes to be reflected since we came out of recess, that Alan. Cool. All right. So good evening. As a reminder, our board governs by policy, which is aligned with state statute. It's essential that our practices reflect these policies, ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective governance. Only in a duly convened public meeting with a quorum present can the board govern as a whole. Where our practices and policies do not meet the current needs of the district, it's our responsibility to amend those policies where legally allowable to better serve our community and align with our strategic plan. Our mission is to empower all learners to succeed in our world, and our vision is to provide an ideal learning experience where students and staff are engaged and want to come back the next day. Our board policies and actions should reflect that mission and vision. So we had a little unconventional meeting set up this time because we did a recess. So jump us right back into item 2.01. There you'll notice there is a recognition spotlight designated on this agenda. This is just trying to be a little creative here, dialing in some of the comments. Alan, I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick for just a brief update.
So we just had a nice recognition ceremony where we recognized over 20 students from at least 5 different organizations within the school district: girls track, middle school bowling, youth and government, the high school art department, and FFA. And so we were recognizing those students for this year, and then the plan is, now that we've completed that and gotten to celebrate all those students, that will come up with a different recognition process moving forward, starting for next year.
Great. And just to, I guess, kind of dialogue a little bit about the recognition piece.
Yes.
Alan, is there some what do you think would be a good next step for people interested? Should we designate time on another board agenda just for dialogue?
I think we should. Let's see.
Because I know you
do it before the June meeting, or we could set up a separate meeting.
I almost feel like doing it before the June meeting is just like maybe a 30-minute or an hour intensive might be the time's already blocked off. It seems to be working. And then if we just make it like I know I can be there and I can make that. And I think right now our ad hoc is an ad hoc of 1.
Yeah.
So
anyone else interested? Maybe we'll do like
it'll be open. So it'll be
maybe Kelly and agenda.
maybe we can just in 45 minutes or so kind of put our heads together on a recommendation, and we'll leave a little spot on the June agenda so we can act on it more quickly. And
okay.
Does that work, you think?
Yeah, let's see what we can put together, but I think that seems great.
Okay, cool. Anything else on ad hoc update on student and staff recognition? I'll make one other comment, that we do have staff recognition at 6 o'clock on Thursday at Blooming Gardens. So if you guys have time and can be there, that'd be great. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I'm going to solicit a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Items 3.01 through 3.10 is what the motion will be. Is there a second on that motion? Second. And seconded. Just to add to the discussion piece, and hopefully for sake of making easier motions, the items on consent are minutes of the regular meeting, minutes of the organizational meeting, minutes of executive session, minutes of the special meeting, minutes of the executive session from May 19th, minutes of the special meeting, bills payable, financial reports, personnel report, and disposal of equipment. So we have a motion and a second to approve all of these items on consent. Is there any other discussion? Thank you. Take a roll call vote. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Regnery?
Yes.
Tomlinson? Yes. Santu?
Yes.
Koppel?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Grados?
Yes.
DeVito?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great. Next item on the agenda is the NIA consent agenda. Recommended action to approve the NIA consent agenda as presented. I'll solicit a motion to approve the NIA consent agenda, items 4.01 through 4.04 on the publicly available agenda. Is there a second?
So moved. Wait, oh, your motion.
Yep, I'm soliciting the motion. You can make the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. For the discussion portion of this, I'll just state the NIA Treasurer's Report, NIA Bills Payable, NIA Personnel Report, and NIA Contract Vendor Agreement are what are composing the consent. Any discussion beyond that? Seeing no discussion, Kelly, would you call the roll?
Tomlinson? Yep. Santu?
Yes.
Cobble?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Grados?
Yes.
Regnery?
Yes.
DeVito?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, audience to visitors. So at this time, if you wish to address the board this evening, please raise your hand. When called upon, kindly state your name and address. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please refrain from mentioning specific names during your remarks. In accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act, the board cannot engage in deliberative discussions or take immediate action on items not listed on the agenda. However, we want to assure you that your comments are important to us and will be taken into consideration. Thank you for your understanding. Is there anyone right now in the audience who'd like to address the board? All right, come on up. If you'd state your name and address, that'd be great.
Would you want us to take?
You'd stand wherever you're most comfortable, but if you could, in this little area here, that'd be great, so we could get a good line of sight. Oh, you got it. That's good. And then your name and address.
Sarah Roxford, 1810 Waynesville.
Great. Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sarah Roxford, and I'm a parent in the South Prairie Elementary community. I'm here tonight on behalf of my family and many concerned families to respectfully urge you to reconsider the decision and eliminate bus service to our neighborhood in the upcoming school year. We're up Salmon Meadows. The change doesn't just create inconvenience and puts our children at unnecessary risk. The proposed walking path takes students, some as young as 5, through industrial zones and along streets like Park and Borden. Although I understand many young children do currently walk to school, our neighborhood is a unique case, since we are bordered by both active factories and some and Bethany. These factories have ongoing truck deliveries throughout the day. As you know, truck schedules have frequent factors of getting to stops on time. Traffic drop-offs, load sizes, and driver schedules dictate the time a truck will or will not be at a location. On top of that, semi-trucks generally do not come equipped with the backup cameras. There's no way anyone can guarantee that there will not be one or more trucks maneuvering on Park Avenue while our children are walking to or from school. It also seems unreasonable for us to expect children as young as 5 to have the mental maturity and experience to be able to maneuver through or past a truck that may or may be leaving, going through loading docks. This route was evaluated on one day from 8 to 9, then deemed safe. On top of this, crossing Borden and Parks Avenue seems to be a very dangerous zone for both kids and adults alike. I myself had close calls with a distracted or rush driver and did not or could not see me. Now there has been a child struck at this intersection only a couple weeks ago from our neighborhood, and I wonder why we're still having this conversation. Our neighborhood that has been previously filled with retired or older children have been quickly turning over. Just in the last year, 3 families have moved in, all with multiple school-age children. Removing a bus stop will increase the amount of bike and foot traffic, which increases the chance of an accident, but also increases vehicle traffic along Park and Borden, and a pickup circle in front of South Prairie. Lastly, working families rely on this bus route. Work hours rarely mimic school hours, and with Oscar fees increasing and late start on Thursday, it is harder for working families to navigate and consider that this bus route necessity, not a convenience. We have created a petition to make people in our community aware of this route. Removal, or the amount of people have signed this petition right now, as of tonight, is 234. And that is in our neighborhood and throughout Sycamore, who all agree that this is an unsafe decision. Here are some options to make our children's walk to school safer, but not safe. So one option would be, so this is where our neighborhood is. This is Park Street. One option would be if we could talk to Ideal Factory, if they agree to, on their dime, make the connection from Georgian Court all the way to the walk around here of the connector path. We would also need to have a person walking right here to make sure that they can cross safely. Another one is to have a crossing guard in front of both Drive Lock and Park Street, along with Borden right here, which I believe is very safe. Another option is to add our bus route to another route, if possible. Lastly, just continue our bus route. The Transportation Department has set the standard for safe transportation to and from school. We are not asking anything to add anything, just asking for it not to be taken away. Let's be proactive and not reactive for our children. If we're not doing everything we can to protect our children, then what are we doing?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else from the audience who'd like to address the board at this time?
I can. Sorry for my early arrival. We had some dance pictures today, so we came straight from there. I'm Sarah Tull. I also live in the Samonac Meadows subdivision. I live on Lynn Avenue. That's actually where Park Avenue, if you're heading south, it dead ends there. So we're kind of on the far end of the subdivision. We actually moved to that house when I was in high school. So we've lived there for a very long time and always have had bus service. I know that state laws have changed. Distance is a little bit different than it was back then, but there still are some concerns that we have in that neighborhood for the kids. One of the big things obviously is having that much industry over there. There is a lot of open parking lots where a lot of people can sit in their vehicles, unattended vehicles, nobody's watching, there's no cameras. So I did have an incident myself actually as a runner. I run that route all the time, had somebody sitting in their vehicle. A gentleman harassed me. No cameras an ideal. I called the police, they couldn't do anything about it. So that's obviously a concern for me with my daughter, walking that way, having no houses with Ring cameras or anything around. I know those are newer technology, but you know, it still is a little bit of a safety concern not having any of that available. Other thing is the Borden and Park Avenue intersection. That is a pretty busy intersection with the industry around there, especially during the day. People are leaving work around the time that they're coming home because they start earlier shifts. So I take a walk with Sarah over here, 6 in the morning. It's not too bad, but people are coming to work. Then they're leaving around 3 o'clock because that shift is over. So it does cause a little bit busier intersection right there. And I myself watch people run that stop sign quite frequently. So that's a huge concern for me. And I know it's up to the police department to put a crossing guard there. But that would definitely be something that would have to be put in place if you were to choose not to keep the bus route there. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board at this time?
All right, so Michael Rexford, 1810, Mayor's Court. My name is Michael Rexford. I'm a parent of 2 soon-to-be South Prairie Elementary students. I'm here today to respectfully urge you to reconsider the decision to eliminate bus services for our children. Current walking and biking routes are not safe. These routes take kids through industrial areas and across major roads like Park and Borden, where they have already been a child-involved incident. Sidewalks are inconsistent, poorly lit, or in some cases don't exist at all. These are not conditions we would ever consider acceptable for kindergartens. Expected for them to navigate these routes daily in rain, snow, or darkness is simply unacceptable. And I have to ask, what is the plan if there's another incident involved a child walking or biking to school as a result of this change? But safety isn't the only concern. For many working families, the school bus isn't a convenience, it's essential. Not all parents can adjust their work hours, not all families have a second car, and not everyone can afford before or after school care. Taking away the bus doesn't just increase risk, it limits access to education, especially for those already struggling to make things work. Just as troubling as how this decision was made, families weren't given a reason. There was no public input, no community forum, and to my knowledge, no invitation for feedback. For a change this significant, one that affects children's safety and families' trust, parents deserve a seat at the table. Ultimately, this is about the message we send our kids. We teach them that school's safe, that adults are looking out for them, that they matter. So what message are we sending when we take away a service that protects them without warning and without a plan? If this decision stands, then we must seriously invest in a long-term safety. More sidewalks, clearer signage at dangerous intersections, trained crossing guards during peak hours, and even video surveillance to monitor high-risk areas. These improvements would benefit all students, whether they walk, bike, or ride. Please, let's find a better way, reinstate the bus service, or work with us to build a safer alternative. Our kids deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Great. Would anyone else like to address the board at this time? All right, seeing no one further, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you to everyone who addressed the board. We appreciate it. I know it takes a lot of courage to speak on these issues, and it does not go unnoticed. So we're grateful for your attendance. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's reports. Yep.
If I have the floor, Mr. President, in light of the parents who spoke tonight and to show we value their time and have heard them, I would move to suspend the rules and take up agenda item 9.01, bus route changes at this time.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on rearranging the agenda so that way we can put new business item 9.01 bus route changes ahead of the remaining items on the agenda? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so then the next item on the agenda, newly amended agenda, is the bus route changes. Mr. Wilder, Mrs. Lance, you guys are slated to share some information, answer some questions about the recent busing changes announced in the neighborhood near Park and Borden. I know there was a memo that was issued as well. This time is anyone able to address the board? It looks like Lacey's coming up. Hey, Lacey.
Hi.
Ms. Lance.
That's okay.
I'll just kind of start by saying thank you for speaking tonight. One of the things I've been pretty involved in my 15 years is the superintendent's transportation. And these decisions, there's a pretty clear-cut formula from the state that we have to follow. That's changed a little bit in the years that I've been a superintendent. Mrs. Lance, I know, is well versed in. We've had multiple conversations about your concerns. But it's a fairly complex calculation. The board members have seen it in the memo. But we're glad to answer questions. Ultimately, the decision as to whether or not busing can be provided and in reimbursement from the state claim is the state's decision. It's not our decision. It's not the board's decision. Ultimately, it's IDOT's decision. So to reinstate could mean, and this was at the end of the memo, providing transportation and fee service. That's one of the possible outcomes. Just something that the board would need to weigh, and then the impact kind of throughout the community if that decision is made in other areas where there are similar circumstances, but busing is not allowed by IDOT either. So. Any specific questions to start with for us?
Yeah, so I want to clarify my understanding of the memo first, if that's all right.
Yeah.
So we have not submitted that form yet, right?
We have not yet,
Okay.
no.
And then as your calculations stand, it has 18 points,
Mhm.
and it would need 20 points in order to get us reimbursement from the state. That's not correct?
No. The district has a designation of 20 points for us to consider it a hazard. The IDOT would have to agree with that. So if we send it to them, they look at the mapping in the area, the traffic flow, pretty much the data we provided, and they don't agree with us, that's their right. They wouldn't mark it as a reimbursable hazard. We as the district could cover that as a hazard,
Mhm.
but it would be at our own cost.
Right.
Yeah, so
So-
they don't have to agree with us.
Right,
Yeah.
but right now we would be submitting it at 18 points, and we would need to submit it at 20 points for it to be.
For them to, yes, they
Okay.
can consider it to be a reimbursable hazard.
Right.
And the second question, is there a reason judgment points were omitted from the memo?
Judgment points from
Remaining 2 points.
board's judgment?
The judgment points as referenced in 556 administrative policy from the state, B2 judgment points. A school district may add 1 or 2 points for judgment factors peculiar to the hazards due to vehicular traffic in a specific situation. These additions must be accompanied by adequate information to justify the special circumstances being considered.
Absolutely. So we didn't include those because, and Ms. Lance can speak to this also, she had a conversation with a representative from IDOT who ultimately needs to approve those judgment points as well. As you read, there needs to be a rationale for that. So we considered that, but after a conversation with the representative at IDOT, not seeing any rationale for that, we didn't include them. We were also estimated, if I remember correctly, Ms. Lance, on a couple of other calculations. So we knew it was close, but we also had a conversation with IDOT and then discussed the route and didn't feel like, based on IDOT representative's response, that she would approve those judgment points.
In 556-170 procedures, it says that a determination will not be disapproved because judgment points were not justified unless the school board gives no reason for the judgment points or unless the reason given is completely implausible or obviously not related to vehicular traffic. And we've got a child that was struck, so that to me doesn't seem completely implausible or not related. At other spots, it says that if you think that judgment points should be added, you should add them whether or not you think it'll get you over a threshold. So I just felt like it could have been in the memo so that we knew about another tool that we could attempt.
Sure. That was part of the conversation. I didn't include it in the memo because that conversation had already taken place and we didn't feel like, based on the conversation, that IDOT would approve that.
The vehicular incident was brought up to IDOT as well, because it was considered isolated through their standards. She did not say that that would constitute any additional points from their perspective. If we did give it points with that as our backing, if you will, they would review that and potentially say that that was an isolated event. I did bring that up when I was communicating with them though, and going through this hazard study together.
Who can citizens contact at IDOT?
Her name is Martha. We can get that information for you.
That would be good. I think everyone should be contacting them every day.
Yeah, Christian.
So they factor in, distance from the roadway, traffic. They don't factor in, at least on this face, it doesn't look like they factor in any of the bodies of water that are in the area. I mean, those are known hazards. I mean, you get insurance on your house and you have a pool.
Yeah.
That's a hazard. So, but IDOT doesn't consider a body of water to be a hazard. That's interesting. So,
Yeah, for 5-year-olds.
Just some clarification too. IDOT classifying it as a hazardous route matters for purpose of reimbursement, right, to the district. Otherwise, do we have an idea of what the cost is to the district without the reimbursement?
I don't off the top of my head. We haven't done a pay to ride in quite a while. We have other locations that are kind of could be considered, close to this threshold, depending on, the hazard studies that are considered walkers. Right now, they live too close to school. So when this route was brought up, it was to be consistent with those standards throughout the district.
And I guess that kind of stems into my next question too. What prompted this route to be scrutinized? Because I know it is within the 1.5 mile range, and I know that it was previously classified as a hazardous road.
It's closer than the 1.5, so that was one of the things. And we started to see the route get smaller, ridership-wise, as we've, I guess, been in this role. So previously, when it was a 1 point, everybody got busing it, 1 mile or further. Obviously, there are more and more people utilizing it. When they changed that, this bus route right now has about 35 kids routed. On average, only about 20 kids are using it. And so we kind of looked at ridership and where we could potentially use that route somewhere else to limit capacity or help with special ed needs or whatever the reasoning was. And so that's kind of what prompted us to look at that.
Do you know what the does IDOT reimburse 100% of the cost of the route? Or is it, no, is it just a portion? 50, a fraction?
I don't do that.
It's been as low as 71% of my time. It's been a little higher than that, but it's
Okay, so a majority of the cost is reimbursed by
2/3 or 3/4, yeah.
3/4, okay.
But it does fluctuate year to year, so it kind of depends on the state funding.
Gotcha. And what's the downside to the board using the 2 discretionary points that it has, or judgment points, to deem it a hazardous route? What would be the downside?
Steve and I were talking about this. Right now, we're already utilizing a bus for that space. So it's not necessarily that we can't, but their area is closer than the 1.5 the standards are, you know, what we use for this hazard study is what we used, you know, for other locations. If we were to continue utilizing bus service for this group, we would have to potentially open that up for other areas, and we don't have the resources or the staff to do that. So this kind of creates some consistency. This is really the only neighborhood in the district that is receiving transportation that lives closer than that 1.5 that is not an appropriate hazard for these standards. There's other locations in the district that have walkers that walk further across other paths that someone might deem as dangerous. This isn't the only group. So in an effort to remain consistent with what we, like Southeast, for example, is a almost strictly walking district, and they walk from all areas. West School, for example, they're a neighborhood school that walks, North Cross walks across 64 with the crossing guard. So there's other areas within the district that are walking significantly, what would be considered significantly far for a 5-year-old, but are still within that 1.5. So just to be consistent and to offer the same requirements, that's another reason why this was brought up. Yeah.
What would it take for the police to provide a crossing guard then?
Yeah, so they do their own study related to that. They look at vehicular traffic as well, you know, incidents in the area, that kind of stuff. So that was something that we were communicating or going to communicate about, you know, once the school year started. They do their own thing with that study. So they would come out and do probably a similar study and see if their numbers and their data supported a crossing guard there as well. They hire those out. So yeah, that was definitely on the agenda to touch base with them about their process also.
Okay, thank you.
So there was some mention about cameras at Ideal, safe alternatives, such as things like flashing signs, school zone warnings. What would that look like for the board to talk to Ideal, to talk about maybe that route behind Ideal that goes through there, or maybe some cameras? How do we approach that situation?
I mean, I think because you're looking at me.
Yeah, I mean, I know the employer, I work there, but what I would say is that that's private property, so that's a whole different issue that would have to be addressed. I'm not sure that's the right solution. It's a solution. I mean, it could be a conversation, but that's probably not the first line of defense that we want to look at.
I think working with the city on signage would be appropriate too. You know, we haven't had all of these conversations yet because it technically hasn't been solidified as a choice. You know, but working with the PD, communicating with the city about signage, you know, another consistency piece that we have to talk about is all of these other students in the district that are walking currently don't have any of these resources. So it would, you know, be something to think about too if we offered these resources for this one area, but weren't prepared to offer it to all the other walkers in the district. So I think generally just being consistent with the messaging across the board with what the 1.5 mileage is and what that looks like. Obviously, education within the schools is important. You know, having conversations. I know our SROs have always gone into the schools and had conversations about safe walking and stranger danger and, you know, that kind of stuff. We had talked about getting with the high school, maybe some of the clubs that need service hours, having some walking buddies that helped the students with those paths at the beginning of the year. So there were definitely conversations had related to kind of easing into this transition. We just haven't made it that far yet because we're still kind of in this conversation on this.
Are there any other areas where students walk through industrial zoned parcels to get to school? I guess that's what seems a little different here, is
Yeah.
that this is so industrial. And there's
So
much
like
truck
Ozinga,
traffic.
for example, we have walkers that walk by Ozinga where, you know, or the city of Sycamore down by Cornerstone Christian. There's some different size vehicles that go down there. Cement trucks go down the North Cross area. Those kids are all walkers. You know, we have some students walking from State Street into Southeast. You know, there's different traffic avenues there. A lot of our students walk within Preston Pond, so if there's any construction with the new builds coming, you know, they're crossing, you know, that construction traffic. So I think that there's a lot of different, you know, traffic options that happen throughout the community. So industrial-wise, I don't know that there's a pool of factories. Ideal on the corner is where we have done the hazard study previously. That parking lot isn't operational currently. We very rarely, we very rarely see the cars in that corner. I don't
Yeah.
know if they're utilizing it anymore. The loading dock on that side of Borden does not have a sidewalk, so that would not be a path that the students would cross on that side. Upstaging has, where their trucks come in, it's gated, so they have to stop and buzz into the gate. And Drive Block, I think they have 4 loading bays. A couple of those have trash bins in front of them, so during our hazard studies, the 2 hazard studies that we did not see any of that, those bays being utilized at that time.
Do you know when the board last eliminated a bus route?
I don't know. Not in the time that I've been here. I know that it had been previously discussed before my time. I don't know what transpired in that.
Are there any other bus routes that you anticipate we should consider removing?
We are looking at a couple of different areas. So those are still kind of being done. Obviously, with school getting out, it's been a little bit challenging. There's only 2 of us in the office, so timing is always kind of an issue. But there are some other locations that we had talked about looking at as well.
And what was you said removing this bus route would mean that we could put that route to serve other students or something to that effect?
Correct, yeah. So obviously registration hasn't been rolled over yet for the 25-26 school year, so we're not sure how many students we're going to have. But our special ed programs have been growing, our ELL programs have been growing, our early childhood programs have been growing. All of those are door-to-door services that we have to provide. So, and they require, a little different bus routing finesse, if you will. So being able to use a bus to kind of support those programs would be beneficial if we had it. So those are other avenues that we've looked at in using this potentially.
And the last question I have on this is from a constraint standpoint, financial constraint and such, if, let's play a worst case scenario and IDOT reimbursed the lowest amount, which was 71%, give or take, that would mean the district's financial responsibility or savings, if you will, from reallocating resources to a different route would be, what, about 29% or so of whatever the actual true cost is for the bus. From, I guess just from the transportation budget perspective, is that a huge needle mover for that department's budget? I know that fund traditionally runs pretty, I know that it is healthy, that you guys do a great job managing the costs in that department, so I'm just wondering if there's maybe what the call to action is to save when we do have a surplus in that account.
I can't speak to
Or
this.
fund
I don't see a surplus. So.
You don't see, okay, so
I
you,
do not.
because it's, I guess what I'm understanding is the constraint is finances, right? There's a
Correct.
financial constraint. So having, I guess, a better line of sight to how great that financial constraint is helpful, to your point.
I mean, I don't have a numbered item necessarily. From my perspective, if it's being underutilized in the way that it's, being utilized now, moving that to a different route, possibly a special ed route, something of that nature. We could already use a driver that we have, and a route that we have, we would have to hire additional staff to support those needs that are required. Our special ed routes are required, that door-to-door service is required. So if we keep this, then we would potentially have to hire another staff member and utilize another vehicle to support those needs. One of the things too that's, I guess, important is that, again, if we keep this bus route specifically for this group, the likelihood that this conversation opens up with other district families is going to be pretty high. And if that happens, then are we prepared to support them in the same way?
The reimbursement part's the hanging point for me, because what I'm trying to understand is are there other routes that are being offered by the district that are within 1.5 miles that aren't getting reimbursed by IDOT? Or are they all the ones that are within?
Yeah,
1.5
so
miles?
prior to me, we have identified multiple hazards in the district, safety hazards that fall within this range that were not submitted to IDOT for reimbursement. So that is one of the projects that I have started since coming here, is to appropriately do the hazard studies for all the locations to try to get that reimbursement back. So that's where we're starting. So none of them are being reimbursed to my knowledge right now through the hazard program. My predecessors did not submit that, so I am going to be doing that.
How many routes are there that are within the 1.5 miles that aren't being submitted for reimbursement? Do you know about?
It varies with age too. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I can get you that.
But that, I mean, that seems like a really noble effort there, because that just, is there a downside to doing that? Like, because like now it almost seems like we've got ourselves in a bind because
Yeah.
we've evaluated this route that we were getting reimbursed for, right? This
No.
one, no, this
This
one we
was
have
never-
not been
no,
getting
None of
reimbursed.
them have ever been reimbursed.
I see.
So.
There are some, but a lot of routes go to Claire and that are beyond 1.5 miles that do get reimbursed. But
Yes,
there are
all
some
of those,
closer.
yes.
But this one was not getting reimbursed by IDOT. Because
Correct.
that was, I was under
None
that.
of the ones that are 1.5 to the school, less than 1.5 to the school have been reimbursed. They are allowed to be via the state program, but the people before me did not submit these hazard studies. These hazard studies have to be done through IDOT and approved to get reimbursable money. So we have to sit and do this hazard study for every location deemed a hazard, submit that through IDOT to get that reimbursement. So that's what we're working on doing now, to
That's
try to
awesome.
bring that back.
Would it be worthwhile to not eliminate any routes until we've done those studies on all of the routes first, to be able to then take appropriate stock of what our financial picture looks like? Because if, let's just say there are 10 routes, and we get reimbursed for 3 of them, we may not have to eliminate any routes, and you wind up with a little extra money that you didn't have before.
All of the hazard routes, so Keys and Plank, anybody who lives in Woodgate, any of those, the vehicular traffic will automatically qualify them just for volume alone. So they will all be reimbursed.
Oh my gosh, this is a
But-
windfall.
Yeah, so, I mean, great for the district, but
Yeah.
it's, yeah, it's more resources as well. If we keep this bus route for this group, which we are already supporting, we would potentially have to open up this level of accommodation to other areas within the district.
It doesn't, sorry, go ahead, Cole.
I hear that, but I guess I'm sort of confused by that point, because the board, it's the judgment points of the board would need to, and I, you know, to Mr. Rexford's point, what is the plan if there's another incident? Like, if there's another incident and it's looked back and the board didn't use its judgment to say, oh yeah, let's use our judgment points here, this is a pretty special case, a child is struck at the park and board intersection, that to me is completely justifiable and in fact maybe prudent, because if there were another incident and we didn't exercise our board judgment, then why have the judgment points to begin with? So while I hear you that it could be a fairness issue across the board, I would say that this does seem to have pretty unique aspects to it.
And I'll add something too. Yes, a child was hit at that intersection this year. Same thing happened last year. This is the second time it's happened at that intersection.
I think where I'm personally kind of struggling is, I want to go back to the judgment points, because I think there's something there, maybe not for every route, but we have kind of a precedent here that there's been a bus, since I was a kid now, they went to Southeast, but there's been a bus route there forever. There's an opportunity to potentially request the judgment points under consideration. And I think there's a few things that we may want to think about. One, you're right, those parking lots are currently empty, but I can tell you that they won't be relatively soon. So that is changing.
Unique information.
So I can help you with the judgment points on
Yeah.
that side, if that's beneficial. I think the map that was provided with some of those danger points, I think you had Borden marked that doesn't have a stop sign, not Borden, excuse me, Becker that comes into Park. There's no stop sign there, so there isn't even a yield sign. So where at T intersects, you roll through, everybody does, and there's no sign to do
Yeah.
otherwise.
That would be its own hazard study down there. We'd have to do a whole nother.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so.
I'm just saying
And
from a
they look at
judgment.
vehicular traffic there too, so we're maybe overestimated.
Mhm.
So like some of these numbers that we did, so we use the annual flow of traffic numbers that IDOT has. So we brought that up to her when I was on the phone with her. The traffic flow in that area was so low
Mhm.
that sometimes IDOT won't even look at the area if the traffic flow isn't high enough.
Sure.
For an actual hazard.
Yep.
So that's another one of the issues. Another thing too is what's important when we do the hazard studies is that we have to do them during route times. So we can only validate the hazard during what would be the time a student has to get to and from school. So if you're seeing kind of an influx of traffic in the noon hour, or, you know, that.
I think when you have 20 to 35 students, let's say there was 20 to 35 families, you've got an extra 40 to 70 cars at that intersection maximum, right? Because they could be going there and coming home.
Yeah, that was our number.
Did that take into account, put
Yes.
those into the numbers? Because
Yeah,
they
so
were
when we
looking
did
pretty
ours,
close.
my numbers were lower than the average that we did through IDOT. So I think I had 275 cars that passed through there in an hour. When Nicole and I did it, a lot of those cars were the parents taking their kids to school and taking them home from school.
And when the parking lot fills back up, is there not reason to try for the judgment points? I guess, I don't understand why we wouldn't try. I guess from what Cole
Yeah.
read, it sounded like that you're encouraged to apply for the
I
judgment
didn't apply
points.
for them because I am not obviously the board. So if the
Sure.
board wanted to do that with a justification, it would be submitted with that form and it would be looked at through IDOT. Obviously, it's their discretion. They have the same annual traffic maps that we have that shows the flows of traffic. They have a person that will sometimes come out, depending on if they think it's a hazard or not, that might do their own study through them. I mean, that's all pretty specific to their process.
Sure.
So-
Do you know the last time it was graded? Or it was or was it ever done for a hazard study in the past?
I did one last year also, but I
Okay.
don't know when the one was done previous to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was an attempt to, I think, remove this route previously, but I don't have all the data related to that.
When those reimbursements are submitted to IDOT, we've never submitted a reimbursement request to IDOT before. This would be the first one, right, you're saying?
Yeah, to this thing.
But like in general, for any?
Not, I have not.
Okay.
We submit a reimbursement claim every year to the state for the reimbursement for routes that qualify. A hazard study for this particular one, I don't know when it's been done prior to now. So I just want to make sure that that's there. We submit a transportation reimbursement claim every year.
Okay. For the routes that are within 1.5 miles that we're not getting reimbursed for, all of those are the ones that you're currently auditing to see if we can potentially get reimbursed additional funds from IDOT, right? And that's new, we haven't done that
That is
before.
my attempt. That's my
Gotcha.
goal.
Okay, which is a noble one at that, I will say, that is, I commend you for doing that, because it's really being prudent with everybody's dollars, so thank you.
We would like to
Thank you.
get as
Um,
much back as possible.
Does
Thank
the board need to sign off on that, like when we submit those to
Yeah,
IDOT?
so you'll get one similar to what was in, what you already received.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be the same for those locations, yeah,
Okay.
so.
And, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add also, I think this route is helpful in alleviating another concern that I've been told about is pickup at South Prairie specifically is quite chaotic at times. Long lines, long waitings, I've had numerous parents complain. So that's just another angle to look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True, I understand.
We
I
did make some
appreciate all the work you're
transportation
doing.
changes related to the parking lot mid-year,
Yeah.
that have helped significantly. So I think starting the year, doing that same thing, I think will help with that. And like I said, a lot of, like it was mentioned in the audience too, you know, a lot of the kids on this route were already utilizing the walking and the biking, you know. The isolated event was a lot for people, and I totally respect that. We just want to make sure that we're, you know, being consistent where we can. Obviously, if you guys decide to do something different, then that is your choice. But I
So-
hear everyone. I hear everyone. so.
If another child was struck last year, why is this being treated as an isolated event?
I did not hear about the child that was struck last year, so I don't have any data related to that.
Didn't make it.
Something that I think might be worth, you know, just to your point about, like, what is something that we can do that's predictable as it relates to bus routes? Because it sounds like the board, at least in my tenure, hasn't been involved in bus route changes. And from what it sounds like, Lacey, we haven't done any attrition of bus routes since you've been here. Is that right? This is the first kind of.
I mean, we've made changes, you know, it depends on who rides each year, we make changes to routes frequently. This one was more supported by numbers, so, you know, we look at the numbers too. We've condensed where we could, we've redistributed where we could. This is the only one that is closer than that 1.5 that is getting something that the other areas were not getting, and so it prompted us to just give it a second look.
Okay. do you see an advantage to completing the audit on all of the routes within 1.5 miles for reimbursement, seeing how that sizzles out, to be able to get a better kind of line of sight on the resources?
I don't know that that would make a difference for me. The buses that are 1.5 that are getting transportation now are all that he's in playing those pretty significant areas where I will likely have to offer transportation there regardless, and I already am. So I don't know that that process will change from a resource standpoint. I don't always see the dollars as they relate in that way, so I can't necessarily speak to what that would look like.
Because, and again, not to beat the same drum here.
Yeah.
The driving factor here is the resource constraint, right? The idea that we could save some.
Consistency of resources, I think it's a multi-level.
Okay.
The other piece to consistency is we'll get calls from time to time. Hey, my son or daughter's, 1.3 miles, right? Can they be transported on the bus? Well, if we follow the guidelines, that IDOT has, the answer is no, right? Unless there's a serious safety hazard. So the consistency piece is, I think, important too, just so that we're fair to everybody across the district. And when we get those concerns, we're able to say, here's the cutoff, there's got to be a cutoff. Here's what it is. Here's the constraints that we have. We don't get a ton of those every year, but they come, right? People wanting transportation that don't qualify, and so I think the consistency in being able to say, here's the criteria, and holding that line, unless at some point, again, the board wants to consider pay for service, we can certainly look into that. Some of the potential challenges with the equipment model, having to find more drivers, more buses. Drivers are hard to find already. Trying to get into your question earlier, what's that fee look like? Trying to calculate what that fee looks like, but not being able to do that until we know who would be interested in that, kind of across the community, just so we're consistent.
From a consistency standpoint, because I agree, I think being consistent is really important, sets a good message when you have those calls. The bridge for me is, if we're gonna have this conversation now, and then you're gonna go through this audit, and there's gonna be 5 more routes that we discover, and we have to have this conversation 5 more times, have 5 more petitions. It almost feels like a better choice might be to do the entire, audit all of the routes, aggregate our findings, and then in one fell swoop with some solicitation of the community, maybe there's some, dialogue, go, okay, this is what the new routes will look like all at once. And then we set up, to your point about being predictable, this is what, makes the cut, this is what doesn't. Do you think there's an advantage to taking that approach?
I don't have any other areas outside of maybe one other that would fall within the 1.5 that is potentially utilizing bus service that should not.
Okay, so there's really only
There's
2.
really 2. There was a third that we've already looked at that did not qualify for this. I'm working on the paperwork for that, just so you have it, but it did not meet this, yeah. So
Okay, so in total, there's maybe 3
maybe
routes.
3. The rest of them that are within that 1.5 are all significant roadways that the students would not be able to safely cross.
But we may get reimbursement on those once your audit's complete that we're not already getting right now. And the number on those is maybe 10, 15?
Ish, potentially.
That we could be getting up to minimally 70% reimbursement?
Yeah, so we have some high school, middle school routes as well that would fall into that. So it's elementary and high school, middle school that we have to look at.
Because even if you get half of 10 at 70% reimbursement, that's like 3 paid-for routes that we're not getting right now, which is where it's like, from, again, looking at like the big picture, you go, oh man, resource allocation, seems like everybody can have what they want, and we can set really consistent, process going forward. Because I love what you're doing on that. That's really amazing. Like, what a good find. Cole, you had something.
Did. Oh, but Beth, you go.
Just real quick, so it sounds like it's more about money than safety. I mean, that's what it's starting to sound like. But what I would like to know is, that's why I like the information from the person from IDOT. How many of these other, intersections that we want to be consistent with had a child struck by a car twice?
Well, and I think that's important too, and that
Right.
conversation I had specifically with IDOT when this happened, the details of the accident, the way I understood it, the student and the vehicle were both stopped at the stop sign, and it was just an issue of not being able to see the student. It wasn't a blowing through the stop sign, something significant like
Right,
that.
right.
I brought up that scenario to IDOT as a concern as well. And she was very empathetic to that specific scenario. Still looked at it as an isolated event and didn't change the structure of this. I don't know what their process is outside of kind of this number-based system.
Do they understand about the trucks that are going?
Yeah, we
Trucks
talked-
are,
yeah, we
like I
talked
said,
about
they're
that as
big
well,
and they
yeah.
can't see around.
Yeah, we talked about that as well. I think she's great too, because what she told me was have the parents call. I will
Okay,
tell them
good,
the same
good.
information I'm telling you. So she seemed very consistent. She's very similar where she has a line that she has to draw through IDOT where there's a standard that
Right,
she has to
right.
meet. And unfortunately, she's kind of like us. We would love to provide as many resources for people as we can. So there has to be a limit, and so they created this hazard study to be able to identify what that limit is for their support as far as, you know, the reimbursements go. You know, district obviously has a discretion if they want to offer it at their own cost. I think we might run into different safety scenarios that other people feel are important, and I don't know how we would meet all of those. So just finding a consistent way to be able to address all of those. What I may be comfortable with my own children doing as walkers, because we live in that area as well, they're considered walkers there. What type of education I provide them or what I'm comfortable with is going to vary a lot from other folks. And so how do we kind of meet the needs of everyone consistently through the district? So that's, you know, something to think about. So
Thank you, thank you. Just my last question
Yeah,
is,
of course.
can that person's information be made available through Parent Square so the parents can have the
Yeah.
number to call?
Yeah, any of the parents who've called me in relation to this, I've shared that with them. Yeah, that we can provide that.
Okay.
She says she speaks to parents daily, so she's used to
Okay.
having these conversations.
Okay, thank you.
I guess where I'm at personally.
Sorry, I just want to keep the order of it.
Wait,
Cole-
someone else
yeah,
off?
Cole,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
No, yeah, I would like to echo Michael's. I do commend you for taking the initiative and getting a lot of these reimbursements. I think that's great, and the safety hazard findings. And again, just back to the consistency, like the state in its wisdom has not given the board the ability to just say, yep, that route's safe, that route's unsafe. It's a pretty consistent process, it seems to me. And if you're within 2 points, that's the corner case where judgment points could come into play. And so like if it keeps coming up that these routes are right on the threshold of safe or not, then yeah, we're gonna have to keep making judgment calls. But I can't imagine it's gonna be a real big consistency issue, because how often are these routes gonna come up that they're within striking distance of the board actually even being able to affect any change on them? So that's another maybe pro to Michael's thought of doing all the audits before, but it just so happens that this audit came out at 18 points and 20 would be unsafe, and then we've got some, you know, unique historical perspective and community perspective. I appreciate you coming out, and that's, you know, where the board could exercise some judgment. So I'm not super worried about a consistency issue, just me personally.
Yeah, sorry, Alex.
So I was just gonna say pretty much the same thing. I think we might as well try to submit it, the 2 judgment points, and see what IDOT says, and then we can revisit the issue.
Steve, you had something?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, let's add those 2 points, let IDOT make the decision, let's finish the other suggestions, this is the board decision. Add those 2 points of this study, complete all the other audits, submit them at once. Probably makes a lot of sense. If the board's okay with that, we can continue doing that, try to provide Ms. Lance with the support that she needs to get those done this school year in the next 8 days.
We'll have to talk to the state about what the cutoff is for them to be reimbursed for the 25-26 school year too, if they have a deadline for when those can be submitted. So I will find out those exact dates as well.
I think just speaking from my perspective, for the board judgment points, just to be, again, predictable, consistent, I think it'd be nice for us to use those judgment points in every situation, even if it doesn't influence the outcome of IDOT, just so we, again, are remaining methodical. And if there's only a handful of routes, it seems like it could be something that's pretty straightforward, and there's a sort of baked in the cake mechanism where the board can exercise judgment points. And then it can help kind of tip the scale in favor of the district to maybe get, now is there a big load, is there a huge lift to the board using those judgment points?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
it's a combination hazard, so each section, so like, for example, a type 1 hazard, there's a type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Those judgment points would have to be specific to the location. So, for example, if you looked at the type 3 crossing a roadway hazard, the area of the entrance of Borden and the entrance of Southbury, for example, that one is a 7.5 designation. That has a crossing guard already established, so would you give judgment points to that when it is arguably created safely with that crossing guard already there? You know, so each type gets its own judgment point, and you'd have to determine what you think is appropriate as far as a judgment point for that specific type. So, crossing up, there's a type 4 crossing railroad tracks hazard, right? That designation of judgment points would be different than a type 1 hazard, for example. So what are you considering from a judgment point perspective as requiring those? Is it the isolated accident? Is it the industrial traffic? You want to be consistent with what you're deeming as a hazard to give judgment points for that specific type. So each type doesn't get 2 judgment points just off the cuff. You'd have to look at them individually and then decide if they warrant any judgment points at all. So like, for example, Park and Borden is a 4-way stop. That's the highest method of, you know, safety, if you will, from a stopping perspective, an all-way stop, a crossing guard, a 4-way stop. Those have the lowest point designation because they're arguably the safest. So would you give a judgment point related to that, or is it the walking along a roadway that you think constitutes a judgment point? Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
So
it's
each one is
where
done
you're-
individually.
Yeah, and your expertise is invaluable in this, and like, I think, like I said, the effort you're kind of embarking on of like looking for reimbursement on these routes is a noble one, and so any way that the board can help support you, like in this case, adding those 2 points, even if it may be a fool's errand, even if there's a chance, I think it sounds like it's a low lift, I think the board's behind you, and I think that's a really good move for us. Steve, your recommendation, if I heard it right, from the consensus of this conversation, was, and I'll parrot it, we were to put a hold on maybe putting this route on the shelf and complete the audit of all the routes within 1.5 miles, and then maybe revisit the resource constraint conversation after we have all of that information. Is that,
Yeah, it wasn't a recommendation, I was just kind of trying to.
You're
get it,
synthesizing this,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Is that, okay, Alex, you had something?
So I guess specifically to this, the judgment points I could think of would be the quantity of entrances and exits in that industrial zone. You see, or I'm looking at an aerial view now, there's Thornwood Drive that sort of snakes out, intersects with Park, that would potentially have a good amount of truck traffic. You have the ideal parking lot. Then you've got the other ideal loading and unloading area off Borden. I guess that combined with the accidents we've had, combined with the Becker Park intersection situation, in this specific situation, constitute at least trying for the 2 points. And I think we could come up with something.
And I would encourage you guys too, I don't know, like, I know how they're familiar, there's a couple of you familiar with the area. I would encourage you to kind of sit there during, not sit there, like but you know what I'm saying, like during those route times to kind of see the flow of traffic, the student patterns, that kind of stuff, because I think it's a little bit eye-opening too when you're doing the hazard studies, in a good way and a bad way, when you're sitting there and you're seeing the students utilize the walkway and the walking path and they're doing it safely. I think it is eye-opening, or vice versa, when you're sitting on Plank Road and you're trying to cross the traffic right, and you're like, oh my gosh, I could never get a kid across here. So it brings a unique perspective. I think talking to PD and finding out what they utilize from a crossing guard perspective, what constitutes a crossing guard. For example, by the courthouse on 23, as you're heading towards the middle school, there's a crosswalk sign. We've had lots of parents who've gone to the PD to say, I need a person there. And they're like, the flow of traffic doesn't constitute that. So the unique perspectives too that they have are interesting to have as well.
So I actually lived in that neighborhood for about 10 years, and I've been reporting to work in that general area for 16.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty familiar.
You do, yeah, you have a great perspective.
I think from what Alex has said and a few others, there seems to be an a la carte menu of what we could do potentially for the judgment points. I kind of echo what others are saying, that I don't see a reason why we don't try and maybe hold suit where we are today, like Michael echoed, and see, because there are a lot of intangibles there. I can give you a little bit more insight
Yeah.
as it relates to ideal, as you're drafting it up with the judgment
Yeah.
points.
And do you want them to draft the a memo related to the judgment points to submit as supporting documents because it's coming from their perspective, or?
Bad idea.
I'm not sure, is it really the board's response? I don't know if that's, you want the board to fill in?
I mean, the judgment points
Or
are coming
at least
from-
just kind of share some of those suggestions, and I don't know, maybe we've got
Do you
them
wanna
in
make
the minutes.
notes of those?
As long as we have those suggestions, and we've got the recording too, that we can go back and check. As long as we have those, we can include those and then work with Lacey on trying to support the judgment point.
The only reason I would suggest submitting this one prior to waiting is because it could potentially change what people are able to do next year. And I would want to make sure that we gave them notice to do that if that's the direction we're moving in. So.
I'm not, I mean, just from answering your question as I'm hearing it, is I'm not seeing at this point a downside to continuing to offer the route until we have more information. Because we would then be offering the same services we've always offered. To your point earlier, it hamstrings us a little bit on what we can expand on for early childhood. I think you mentioned some of the
Correct,
other
yeah, I
things.
mean, if we see some numbers that are significant in other areas, which would require us to branch out a route, for example, if we weren't able to utilize this one, we would have to hire staff to support that. So that would be the only, I guess.
If the
stopping point.
reimbursement turns out poor, right? Because if even we got reimbursed for, I'm just saying.
It's more of a
5
body
years.
perspective for me, to be honest. It's less about the money piece. If I don't have a person to sustain, like if this route continues, as it has been, high school, middle school, elementary, if this route continues and our special ed numbers grow, I'm still going to have to open up another route to support them with another person.
What is the reimbursement is for payroll, it's for bus expense?
I don't see that.
It's
I
for,
don't know what that's for.
right, because
That
that's what you're
doesn't come
applying
back to
for,
me.
right, is the reimbursement
Yeah,
piece?
that doesn't come back to me, so I don't know where that
Okay.
It's
so we should probably-
transportation money, but it's, I mean, I'm not.
To support the transportation
Yeah,
department
yes.
in general.
Okay, because you're talking about adding another person, adding another bus, but that isn't really in your scope then either, based on what you're saying, right? Because the reimbursement isn't, so it's the adding the person and the route is? or-
I mean, the personnel piece of our budget isn't one that I oversee. So I make the recommendations based on the numbers that we see and what we need to support. I ask permission on whether or not we have the ability to sustain that from a personal standpoint.
And the special education transportation, if it's required, if it's in the student's IEP,
Correct.
we don't have a choice. If the student requires transportation, we have to fill that route.
There's parameters associated with that. Do they require a monitor? Our special ed students are required to be on an air-conditioned bus. They're supposed to be on the bus for under an hour. So there's some other parameters that fall where we wouldn't necessarily be able to kind of overpack, if you will, on a bus. There's some other things we have to look at.
Early childhood's what's growing though, right?
Our ABLE program is growing, our LEAF program is growing. Those are all door-to-door services. So whereas some of the other routes are able to be managed from a bus stop perspective, when you're dropping large groups off at bus stops, it doesn't lengthen the route. When you're traveling from door to door and you have to do that on door side, it creates kind of a opportunity for it to grow the route longer than, what is needed. So where you might see 10 kids potentially on a bus, there's 10 kids on a bus for an hour because they're getting door-to-door service. So it really just depends on the needs and what we see there.
And we don't bus any early childhood, do we?
We, all IEP early childhood have the ability to be transported if they want to be.
That's for
Right
Oscar
now, there's
Junior.
about 29-ish students utilizing that. There's obviously significantly more IEP students than that, so if all of them wanted transportation, we would not be able to do that right now.
So,
We would be required to, but we would not be able to sustain it under our current business model.
yeah, and the Little Spartans kind of, it's all IEP, public work, that's correct, I mean. for the
There's
most
some.
part.
There's some peer modeling related to that, but anyone on the bus is an IEP student.
And would that factor in as well, for getting routes to certain communities, like number of IEP children in a community?
Potentially, if they require that in their IEP, we have to support that, yeah. And we
But
don't
could
have
that
all
also-
of those numbers. Sometimes I mean, it ebbs and flows too, so we have to kind of look at what those requests look like each year.
But like if there were 2 kids with an IEP in one neighborhood, and you had to pick them up anyway, could you pick up other students as well on that route, or?
The special ed students cannot always be with the regular ed students. It just depends on what their needs are. Yeah, we have a lot of students with IEPs that do ride regular ed buses. The least restrictive environment is what we always try to accommodate. But sometimes that's not possible, and that's what requires them to be on like a specialized bus that's just for students with those specialized needs.
Any other discussion on this?
For the board points, are we judgment points, whatever, are we limited into what we can include in our
I mean,
exhibit for that?
the
or-
description, I mean, is peculiar to the hazards due to vehicular traffic. In a specific situation is how it's described, so I would probably keep it contained to that vehicular description, because that's what they're giving us, but.
Would a porta potty in a park that truckers normally stop at be included on that?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna look at it from a vehicular standpoint. The biggest thing on the hazard studies is vehicular traffic. What I have noticed when looking at these is that there's a lot of things that change, but the designations that get the most points are related to the vehicular traffic in the area. And that's, in this particular area, while I think there's other things that are important to the residents and us as a district, vehicularly, the traffic associated with it isn't supporting some of the data points that they are using on this table, unfortunately.
It seems like redistricting, start times, and bus routes are the ones that get a lot of, I think, public attention.
Yeah.
And so it's reasonable for the board to
Yeah.
take the time to review it, and it's
Yeah.
noble of you to take on this effort, because I know it's not an easy thing to, go through that and audit it. And I'm very excited about the reimbursement prospects. That is really exciting to hear. Is there any other board discussion on this issue? Are there any motions, anything? This is a new business item, but there's no action recommended. We had talked about, as a board, kind of giving some direction, but at this point, I'm interested in just hearing if there is any particular formal motion the board wants, or if we just want to give some intentionality.
I don't know if we need a motion, but I'd like to explore the judgment points that we talked about. I think there's some value in attempting that and maybe following through on what you and Steve had kind of echoed, of keeping the route as it is for now while we're evaluating that process.
So keep the route as it is for now, for the upcoming school year, while we evaluate the reimbursements for all available routes, and also entertain this judgment point piece. Is that what you're saying, Ellen?
Yes.
Okay. And just, so it is, I think it's just a little easier if we do a motion. I'll solicit a motion. Is there a motion for the board to exercise judgment points on all afflicted routes and at our judgment, and to postpone any removal of the route for the upcoming school year?
So moved.
Is it just for this road or for all?
As is for all routes.
Do you want to change the policy related to that?
So we want to add
Don't
judgment
really
points to
discuss
every
that.
route regardless.
Yes, I'm saying for-
I don't think that's what Alan was.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying, so I made a motion. Get a
Doesn't have a
second from Beth.
No,
There's no
she
second,
moved.
she moved, there's no second. Alex, you're asking a clarifying question.
Yeah.
You don't want judgment points on everything.
What?
Because what it sounded like was the board has judgment points on all apps that are submitted to reimbursement.
Sure,
So do
yes.
we want to use those judgment points only in circumstance where it's close to the threshold or not, so we can at least be consistent?
I think it's a case by case.
What's the case though?
If we're close to the threshold, I suppose.
So it's the threshold then that when.
Point of order, are you discussing the
I
motion
guess
without a
I'm not-
second?
what is
Or
the motion?
Is there,
Yeah,
okay, you're just
clarifying-
asking what the motion
clarifying
is?
the motion, yeah, so.
Okay.
So then, I guess there's no second?
I'll
Is there a
second.
You seconded, Alan seconded, okay. Any discussion?
Are we able to move on this and make such a, do we have the ability to do that today?
Well, the board can take a vote and act on really anything. It's just a matter of, I guess, the reimbursement side, they need our signature for the reimbursement application. So that's where the board has some threshold or some discretion. As far as the transportation goes, I don't know our policy well enough to be able to know how much authority we have in setting routes, and I don't know that we want to get too zoomed in on individual routes, but in this particular case, it seems like there's a question from the transportation department as to what to do, and so giving some formal guidance on that, I think, isn't a bad idea.
Just to clarify, I don't actually have a question, it's more just the signature required. I get where you guys are coming from though, the policy kind of makes it, I say unilateral, I don't mean it that way. I mean, it gives kind of discretion to me. We obviously use, I mean, we communicate with each other district-wide. I talk to a lot of principals, that kind of stuff. As it reads right now, it is a decision of our department. So if you would like to move forward in these types of decisions.
The kind of hairy point is the petition, because the board, in policy, when there's a petition submitted to the board by the public,
Is this considered, oh, that
the petition,
Okay.
yeah, then it becomes,
Got it.
because they're entitled, the community is entitled to petition the results or the decision to the board,
Yeah.
for the board to then weigh in on it. And so that's what justifies the action from the board, and that's why this is a sort of one-off situation, because they did bring a petition.
Yeah,
which
so
I
then
think-
this has a board approval too, so like that's where
Right.
I'm, yeah.
Had they not have had a petition, then
Yeah.
to your point, yes, it would just be your discretion and we'd be done. But since they do have a petition of 265 signatures, I think that empowers us to be able to act on it. But does that answer your question, Christian?
100%.
Okey-doke. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll host a roll call vote. Kelly, would you call the roll?
motion, please?
Yes. So the motion was to have the board exercise judgment points on all routes to be. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm thinking
I
we're
wasn't
recorded,
expecting-
so I'm like, you're typing it.
Yeah, okay, motion to have the board
Issue judgment points on all reimbursements submitted to the state.
Does it have the discretion to?
Well, their judgment. Exercise, no judgment.
Yeah, you
not
can
a
judge
judgment.
zero.
That's what, okay.
Do you want to use brought every time?
If they're, because we're gonna
There's
sign
no
it each time.
petition atta- Yeah. Do you
Yeah,
want
so
it as
each
a
time.
consent agenda item or like an
Yes,
actual
yeah,
item?
as a consent agenda, yeah, because we're gonna sign it, so.
Okay. So outside of the petition, it doesn't.
Yeah, and then to the other point, because there was a petition, this is why we're talking about this, and we're using policy. So then the later point to your, Kelly, where are you at right now?
motion to have the board issue judgment points on all reimbursements submitted to the state.
Gotcha. And then to postpone decision on suspension of this route until a complete audit
To
is.
postpone.
Yeah, decision on this route until all reimbursements.
It's called a serious safety hazard.
Until all
Until all reimbursement requests have been submitted. For the board to then reconsider at that time.
Until all reimbursement funds have been submitted.
For the board to then reconsider the route
For the board.
at that time. It's off the dome, Kelly. It's as natural as it comes.
It's very organic.
That's just specifically this one because.
Just specifically this one, because of the petition, yes. And then Beth seconded it. You seconded it, Alan,
Yeah.
sorry.
I moved.
Beth moved.
Beth moved.
Alan
Alan
seconded.
seconded it. We already had some discussion, we had some more discussion, we had some discussion. Ooh, all right, we got a roll call vote. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Santu?
Yes.
Coppell?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Grados?
Yes.
Regner?
Yes.
Tomlinson? Yes. Vito?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Yep. Thank you, Lacey, very much for, again, the reimbursement efforts. That is
Yes, thank
awesome.
you.
Super exciting stuff. Thank you to the audience, the visitors for coming. Appreciate it. All right, so the next item on the regular agenda is the superintendent's report. Steve, I'll let you take it away. Back on schedule.
Under the superintendent's report, there are a couple of building department updates, EC5, middle school, high school. Phoebe Valentine, Dr. Valentine also submitted a memo just updating the board on where we're at with AI and what the plan is moving forward. And I think we talked about this, Alex, there's a policy update coming for the policy
Yes.
committee to consider next week that I shared with Dr. Valentine. So she's aware of that, and we're already moving in that direction and fulfilling some of that policy. We have some work to do, there's a timeline to do that too.
Have a good night, dude.
And the last, that's it. Any questions on the building department updates or the memo from Dr. Valentine?
Is she here?
She is not here tonight,
Okay,
no.
it's a pretty intricate, maybe not that intricate of a question, but I'm curious if there's any sort of Gemini, Google Gemini built-in that students could use. I know the teachers are using it, but that's Google's embedded AI model, if that would be SOPA, and was it FERPA compliant or?
Yeah.
not?
SOPA is our main concern, and I
Okay.
can speak to this a little bit. If I don't answer your question sufficiently, let me know, and I'll talk to Dr. Valentine. Because we talked about this at length. Gemini is available through Google tools that we use, but it's pretty wide open, and that was one of our concerns. But we found out that Securely, which is software that we have on all of our student Chromebooks, filters Gemini. So that provides the safety net for our students that will allow us to implement Gemini safely.
Okay.
So that's the plan moving forward, is making it available to students through Securely. And it's not just Gemini, there are a couple of other AI software programs that will be accessible too, but they will all flow through Securely, which provides that safety net for our students.
So they could use Gemini, they wouldn't have to use the Securely chat system anymore, once we unveil this? Is that what you're, like?
That's a higher technical question than I'm able to
Okay.
answer.
I guess.
Am I suggested just,
weird.
I'm not sure if this would fit into learning and teaching, or
Yeah.
maybe a board meeting, but I think it'd be great to have Dr. Valentine come and present a little bit more on it,
Mhm.
and maybe we can learn a little bit more, ask some more questions. I mean, it's exciting, certainly a hot topic. It'd be really nice to have a little bit better understanding.
Which one would you like?
I don't know, I'm throwing out both of those as an option. I don't know if the board has any particular opinion.
Probably L&T, and then if actions needed, it could flow to the full board. Yep, I would
Yeah, it's fine.
like that.
I think we already have a topic for July, but maybe we'll have to talk about it, if we'll include both. Or
Is it okay if I let you work with Mr. Rice on
Yeah,
getting that?
if everybody else is okay, I'm fine.
Okay. Any other questions on any of the updates provided, or?
Lots of great things going on at the schools. It's really
Yeah.
great to see coming to an end, so, yeah, lots of excitement, I'm sure. Thanks for that.
Go to the next item on the agenda here. Thank you, Steve. Yep, sorry, I clicked the wrong button and took me to this different view. Okay, so board reports, we have the teaching and learning update. Alan, you want to take it away?
FOIA, did you?
Oh, did I miss it? What is it?
I'm happy
Oh,
to.
there it is, 7.01. Any comments on FOIA reports? Okey-doke. 7.02?
Thanks for your work on that.
Yes. Teaching and learning update?
So, yep, the Learning and Teaching Committee, we had our first meeting May 13th. It was pretty much a introduction to what the Learning and Teaching Committee is going to be and how we're going to move forward. We set forth that we're going to request from the public committee members. A survey went out, or an application process went out. We had, I think, close to 12 people send with interest. So we'll be reviewing those and hopefully we will be getting people seated for the next Learning and Teaching Committee meeting on the 7th, July 8th. Many of you were at the committee meeting. We reviewed quite a few pilots. The K through 5 math bridges, which we voted on last month, at the last month's meeting. The 6 through 12 math, which is under a 30-day review. And then the ELA pilot recommendation was discussed. And there's a memo that is in the board packet. And The learning teaching committee would recommend approval of moving forward with this pilot. If there's any questions related to the pilot, I can speak to those. Mr. Rice can here as well. As a real quick general overview, the district has been working for about the last year to identify ELA opportunities and curriculum opportunities. A few have been identified and will be identified further for potential implementation of a pilot starting next school year. The Learning and Teaching Committee will be meeting on a quarterly basis to review that pilot as well as other topics. So I encourage all of you to come and participate, whether you be in the community or on the board. There are lots of good discussions, but there is an action item for tonight, which is approving the recommendation from the Learning and Teaching Committee to move forward with that pilot starting next year. Anyone have any questions?
Good work.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right.
I think we do need to approve it.
It's on the ad.
Yeah. Excuse me. Wonderful. Thank you.
No. Then on to 7.03, business services.
The Business Services Committee had its inaugural meeting on May 13th, at which much information about our district's finances was received and many aspects were discussed. Due to the fact that our current best projections show that our district's funds balance will dwindle far below our policy established minimum of 25% over the next 5 years, the Business Services Committee recommended that a 5-year fund balance restoration plan be established. There remains some question about the reliability of the forecasting. However, it was also noted that the Illinois State Board of Education ranks our financial health in the bottom 19 districts out of over 800 districts. The Business Services Committee also recommended that the board investigate placing a health insurance liaison on the Health Insurance Committee to increase understanding of a large cost driver for the district. The Business Services Committee has received 6 applications from interested community members looking to help serve the district and is in the process of reviewing them.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? All righty. Policy Committee, any updates?
The Policy Committee has a meeting scheduled for June 3rd. We'll discuss Press 118 and a few additional policies and plan to bring recommendations on revisions to our June regular board meeting for first reading. One question I have is, would we be okay approving these future readings, policy revisions on first reading, as we spend a lot more time in the Policy Committee working through these, and the Policy Committee meetings are now open? It's almost as if we have a first reading. The only reason I could think of potentially, the benefit to approving these upon first reading would be, it just gives Kelly more time to talk with Press Online and get these policies updated. However, if the board's not comfortable with that, that's totally fine. But I guess where I stand, I would recommend we approve policies on first reading unless if there's any revisions the board would like to make collectively, then we would have another reading. Or do we want to stick with the first and then second reading?
The only thing, Alex, is, so 2240 talks about policy adoption. Policies or revisions will not be adopted at the board meeting which were first introduced except when appropriate for consent, or board discussion. And it goes on further board consideration, maybe given at subsequent meetings. Where this is, like you're talking about, kind of hairy is first introduced at the board meeting, the subcommittee is still.
That wouldn't constitute?
Right, I think it would still
Yeah.
constitute a board meeting.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
my
think we'd
thinking.
still be in compliance with 2240 because it's still a publicly accessible meeting. So I guess, to me, assuming that that's bulletproof and we're good there, I don't have an issue with it going to policy first and then going to the board as a whole on first reading. I'd say, let's just make sure 2240 looks good.
My only suggestion would be, we've had two policy meetings? We're still getting this process going.
Yes.
I'm wondering if maybe we table that for a meeting or two, see what the attendance level is at the policy committee meetings. If we have a good portion of the board there, I think it's a good way to get that first viewing. If it's a smaller group, maybe we want to keep it on second meeting. Would be my only comment.
Okay. So hold off on.
Just a suggestion on my part.
Okay, well, I guess we probably want a policy committee, but I was just curious for everyone's input.
Sure.
if we were gonna, when we have our policy committee meeting, I was thinking recommend approval on first reading, but we can talk about that. I see where you're, that makes sense too, though.
I just know there's a lot of committee meetings.
Sure,
So I want to
yeah.
make sure that not everybody will be able to attend all.
That makes sense.
Do you want any more feedback on policy?
Yeah, I guess, is anyone that's not on the policy committee opposed to approving on first reading policy revisions?
I don't have any reason not to trust your judgment on these things. I know that I'm not going to be at the next policy committee meeting because we've got a baseball game. But, you know, if the board as a whole, you know, if there's no crossing objections, then I'm not opposed to.
I mean, it could even be unique situations. It would just give me a little relief in that we'd have more time to schedule our policy committee meetings. And that we wouldn't have a 2-month spread between the policy committee reviewing policies and them actually being implemented. And Kelly being able to get into the software and revise the policies. We just have 1 month, which logistically, there's some scenarios where that might be easier for us and for Kelly. But
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I mean, this time, I'm sure we'll probably do first and second reading. I talked and coordinated with Kelly, and we'll have plenty of time. But just going forward, I was just curious if that's something we could consider. So thanks for the feedback.
Okay. Next item is parent-teacher advisory and behavioral intervention update. Christian, do you want to just weigh in a little bit on what we've got so far, and then I know that there's some additional pieces here.
So we're still in the process. So Steve, the president, and Meg Thurman and I met and discussed PTAC and Behavioral Interventions Committee. Behavioral Interventions Committee is something that's kind of different than PTAC in a lot of ways, and private in a lot more ways. So we're trying to have open meetings about PTAC, get the ball rolling there. We have put out notice for applicants. We received some applicants. I plan on parsing through those and sending out applications or acceptance of some of those applicants soon, so we can get the ball rolling there. And then, as the principals were a very big driving force in PTAC before, I wanted to meet with them. We're still working on setting up a time to get that happening. Very close, yeah. So once that happens, I think we can get the ball rolling on having PTAC and Behavioral Interventions Committee just running. We'll do both together. Obviously, one more private, but we're getting very close.
I'll add just on to that update. So we're going to be appointing people, like Christian was saying, very shortly. Get some solicitations, so good things there. I know Behavioral Intervention has a meeting slated for June 3rd. Steve reached out to me on that meeting. We talked about it, and basically, to Christian's point, there's a lot of really good people working on the district health committee right now, and so like our statutory obligation is to make sure that the board has a committee that exists for the responsibilities outlined in that memo. It can be wrapped into parent-teacher advisory or not. It serves as a pass-through, but it shouldn't undermine the good work that the district's already doing on that. Something that Steve and I talked about was posting the meeting, opening it to the public on June 3rd for the existing district committee as an option for weighing out that could or couldn't, or that might not be a good idea, or if that should be something we as a board consider as we move towards acting on behavioral intervention as either a standalone committee of the board or being wrapped into PTAC. So I guess just feedback from the board on where we see behavioral intervention going will be useful. I think that there's going to be a little more conversation at the PTAC meeting in June. But for this June 3rd meeting, is there any opposition to having that meeting posted, have a time for public comment, basically having it an open meeting? Is that something? Okay.
I don't have any opposition to that, though. of just the Behavior Interventions Committee portion.
Okay, yeah. Great.
I guess I was talking to Christian a little about the meeting. Could we close the meeting? There's an home exemption for discussing individual student.
I could have parts of that meeting open,
Yeah.
but feasibly and realistically, I don't see that having any benefit to the public.
Well, and that's the thing, like, in design, what would hopefully happen is that that group of people would continue to meet as a district committee, and they would continue to do the really good work that they're doing, and then the Behavioral Interventions Committee would stand on its own, and it would just receive the recommendations and information that that subgroup of district administrators brings to that public meeting. And I think like in execution then that group of people who sit publicly on the Behavioral Intervention Committee is going to be composed, statute dictates who it's composed of, so it hasn't been appointed yet. But since it isn't in public existence yet, I think this is a good step in that direction as we sort of deliberate how PTAC will or won't absorb it as statute allows for June 17th. So,
And I've also received, I guess, interest from other board members in Behavior Intervention Committee as well. So I think appointing someone, we'll still talk about that
Yeah,
going
I
forward.
thought that, I kind of thought we had talked about that.
right. So, in
And
this,
so I've been doing a lot of research on just not how, really going past what the state mandates the school to do
Yeah.
and the district to do, but additional kind of advisory things, like looking into root causes, more root causes for behavior issues, such as distractions, wanting attention, frustration with not understanding schoolwork, and also getting the parents more involved. So I guess it could connect with parent-teacher advisory in that you would have parents that are already involved in PTAC.
well, and that's the thing, like to your point, Beth. So like the memo that Steve put together outlines exactly the responsibilities of the Behavioral Intervention Committee as a standing board committee.
Correct.
The question that we'll need to answer is it going to be one with PTAC? There are two parts to that one meeting, or are there going to be two separate meetings? And that's something that I'm totally open to whatever board wants to do. It sounded like at one point there was some leaning towards doing two separate committees.
Mhm.
It's not lost on me that we have a lot of committee, it's a lot of
Right, right.
responsibility, so.
Yeah.
So from like a practical standpoint, putting it together with PTAC might be more time.
Well, because we'd already have the parents involved, and hopefully it would be parents that already have children that are struggling.
Right, and that's the thing, that the composition of the committee is also dictated by statute, so like we would need to be really, so we need really considerate of who we appoint to this now PTAC Behavioral Intervention blend. So anyway, I wanted to put that on the radar for the board, because June 3rd, there's going to be that meeting happening. At the end of the day, I'm not looking for like a formal recommendation, and I'm going to turn to the judgment of the administration on how they want to handle it, but seeing that you guys are amenable to really any of those options, I think is good. And the next time we'll likely talk about this is going to be on the Parent-Teacher Advisory's inaugural meeting in June. I believe that's June 17th. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but that's the date that's sticking out. So I expect that'll be an agenda item where we'll maybe do a little more review on if it will become part of PTAC or if it will stand on its own. Any other comments on behavioral intervention in PTAC? Okey-doke. Thanks. All right. Let's keep moving down. Sorry, catching up. Okay, so the ad hoc goal setting committee update. Alex, you had an update for us.
The board has completed its second goal-setting meeting on May 19th. At that meeting, the committee directed administration to complete the district's master goal file in accordance with the provided instructions. The final goal-setting meeting will occur on June 17th, where we will finalize the master goal file collectively. Any questions, comments? All right.
Great. Okay. Let's move on to, I guess before I leave board reports or non-district reports, is there any other comments on any other board reports? I know we've in the past let this time be open, so non-district committee reports, district committee reports, board reports have been talked about. And I know Meg is here, and I kind of had you in the wing just in case for behavioral intervention, but do you have any comments you wanted to weigh in on about the district-led pick, or you feel like we covered it pretty well?
I think you really covered it nicely. I like the discussion of, what are our priorities going to be moving forward. I know the district committee itself, it currently really talks about those positive interventions, that proactive, how do we de-escalate, how do we really service all students. But then when it comes to special education, then how do we really look at our behavior intervention plans that are going to support them in their special needs. And I think that we're on the right track of, I would love to see that work continue as a district committee, and however the board would like us to then present, either within PTAC or within separate, and giving that information to PTAC, and I would be in support of that. I think that that's some great field of conversation moving forward.
Thank you very much.
What can we do to support you? In
I will think about that. I think that just the interest in those proactive, the supports to all of our students, the goal of the big committee truly is to support the students in receiving that not only free and appropriate public education, but with dignity and compassion, as well as supporting our staff in training them and giving them the tools to address an ever-changing environment in which students are coming to us. And so, I may be asking for different types of supports for our staff and for our students. But thank you for asking. I think that grant funds are always something that I'm looking for, that we found last year. Anything that we can do to really support our students, but also our staff, and doing that together. We'll try to keep it budgetary friendly as well, but there may be some asks as we see behaviors continue to rise within our society, but also within the district. Our data is showing that there's more need. So we are constantly with our district committees and our multi-tiered system to support problem-solving teams within the building. We're really trying to address those as they're coming to us every year with more intensity. So thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so on to new business. We're going to jump ahead of 9.01 because we covered that. 9.02 talks about the liaison role / appointments to things like SEF, Northbrook School Association, Planning and Zoning. I'm not looking for a specific motion. I wanted to first start with just a brief board discussion about how liaison roles have been treated in the past, how they think, or how we think they should be treated in the future, and then talk a little bit about appointments. So just to give some context, 2150 talks about, I'll read it here as it states, it's committees. It says the board president makes all board committee appointments unless specifically stated otherwise. Otherwise, board committee meetings shall comply with the Open Meetings Act. So it talks about that. It also talks about district committees, advisory committees, but there isn't a ton of reference to appointment beyond just that verbatim line about board committees. The board committees, as defined here, are special board committees, like ad hoc, standing board committees, which right now are board policy, parent-teacher advisory, behavioral intervention, business services, and learning and teaching. Of those, behavioral intervention and parent-teacher advisory are required by the state to exist in our policy. They can't be removed or changed. But the others, we have amendable guidance on. So that's what our policy reads on this. In the past, we use the word committee kind of loosely, but we've had appointments, or liaisons as I like to call them, to things like the North Grove School Association, to SEF, to City Planning and Zoning. While I think that the board having some representation there is really important, and that's valuable work, I don't know that I, as the board president, have the authority to appoint positions to these non-board committees. But again, that's not to say that like the board shouldn't go and participate in groups and entities outside of this and then bring back that information. A tricky part is if we have somebody who the board decides they formally want to appoint, and the board wants to appoint that person as a liaison to a particular group, which the board can do, like the health insurance example. There is a question about how that person can act when in that committee. So you don't want a person to be a liaison to the board and act on behalf of the board outside of a publicly posted meeting. So an example of this might be participating in a vote and then making it clear to the parties that you're voting with that you're representing the Sycamore School District. A way that you can do that correctly, and I kind of conferred with legal on this, is you can bring that information, like an impending vote, to the board, ask the board to formally endorse, hey, this is how the Sycamore School District would like to be represented in this group, and then you can carry that vote with that endorsement to it. A couple of pieces, and again, some more context. The mayor reached out to me the other day and asked who we were going to appoint to the City Planning and Zoning Commission. And so I had a conversation about that as well, because in the past we had appointed a board member. Coincidentally, Alan happens to serve outside of the school board on the Planning and Zoning Commission, which makes him, a natural, I think, choice. But I don't have, at least from what my interpretation of policy is, the authority to wave a wand and say, Alan should be that person. What I think we should do, and this is again, just kind of speaking about this and not soliciting a motion, but if we want to act on it, we can. I think we should, as a board, collectively appoint liaisons by vote, like we've done with the Health Insurance Committee. That seems to be a pretty Loctite way to approach things. And then those liaisons should serve the school board only in advisory capacities. And then if there is a vote where they're going to represent the district at large, they would solicit our input. If they want to act out of their own, capacity, right, then that's your, like if I wanted to show up at a Sycamore, if I'm a Sycamore Chamber member and I happen to be on the school board and I vote at a Sycamore Chamber meeting, that doesn't mean I'm voting on behalf of the school board, just like some clarity here. So now that I've kind of laid this information out and these scenarios out, the question at hand is how do we want to handle SEF? How do we want to handle, which currently doesn't have, I think in the past, Alan was the liaison or appointee to SEF. Sorry, James, thank you. Said Alan, I was thinking James. James was the appointee. He's no longer on the board, so that seat remains empty. We have Northbrook School Association, where Christian has been knocking it out of the park. We have Spartan Senate, where Alex has been going. We have the City Planning and Zoning. So those are the places where there's kind of some holes. What do you guys think? And again, just more context, Cole at our last special meeting solicited a motion at a recommendation of ESC to appoint me to be a liaison, or to, I think it was to review information, that's what it was, to review information about being a liaison for the district-led, district cooperative health insurance committee, which we separately have a report on. So now you have all the context. Okay, I'm done talking. What are your opinions?
So nobody's stepped up for KC then? That's the kind of fundraising.
Oh, like SEF?
I'm sorry, SEF, yes.
So not so much that nobody stepped up. I haven't appointed anybody to SEF because I don't know that I have the authority.
And
to
that's
appoint
not,
anybody.
and what you're saying is it's not mandated in our policy to even do it.
Well,
Or is it?
So again, anybody can attend these, anybody can be a member of them, but in the past, precedent has been the board president appointed people to it, and I'm saying that I'm not seeing, my interpretation of board policy is that I don't have that authority to do that, and that doing that would also create some other implications about representing the board as a whole on things that the board hasn't collectively voted on.
Right, so it could be a conflict of interest because it's not in our policy. Almost, I mean.
You're hitting it the right area, absolutely. So.
Would to produce a sign-up sheet. We all sign up for what we're interested in or indicate to you what you're interested in. You bring it back to us collectively and we approve it all at once, all the liaison positions.
Sure,
I
if
think
we
that
want
would
to
be
keep
the easiest
liaison
way to-
positions, like I said, I mean, we could just continue to be, good, active community members and report information back to the board. Like, I don't think there's been an instance where Alan, while serving on the City Planning and Zoning Commission, has, I think maybe you've had some updates in the past to us on what they've been doing, but I don't think they've ever been things that the board's taken action on, so like,
It's more informational than directly applicable.
yeah. So like, I almost think it's a little more restrictive of us to, as a board, say, this person is going to be our liaison. I almost wonder if we should just intend to and continue our obligations, and then during our sort of ambiguous board, district, non-district committees report, bring those updates as you would if you were involved in any community group. But that's my general opinion, answering your question.
I guess I meant more of someone indicating that they're interested in attending.
Because the issue then, to your point though, is like,
Maybe
how many
we
other
can
groups should we, you know what I mean? Like, then do we stop at just the ones that we have? Should we? So I think when we started the committee list, there was like 13 different committees, like Ag Advisory was one, but nobody, you know what I mean? Like you, and I don't think the message to the community is that like, the board's not interested in serving those groups, but that there are some limiters.
Yeah, so, I mean, in committee guidelines under 2-150.7, it says, board members who are selected to serve as representatives for the Board of Education on district and non-district committees shall represent the viewpoints of the board to that body. It is incumbent on that board representative to keep the entire board informed of issues so the board can formulate positions. But I think what you're technically getting at is nowhere does it say how you're appointed to a non-district committee.
Right.
Which it doesn't, because it only outlines how you are appointed to board committees, and that's at your discretion. But this point down here does seem to indicate that people can be selected to serve as representatives.
Which is like to our health insurance liaison piece, like what we did.
We did select you,
Right.
hypothetically.
Yeah.
So, in
So like we
advance, if
could,
it happens,
right,
that's
but as a board, and like to Alex's point, like the proper vehicle to do it would be to all of us collectively convene and say, this is who we want to represent us to these groups. But then that last sentence, it's incumbent on the board representative to keep the entire board informed of issues so the board can formulate positions. Sort of implies then that they're not going to then make positions on behalf of the board. So.
But, go ahead, Alan, were you?
I was just going to say, it also talks about representing the viewpoints of the board. When I think
It does, yeah.
That's a departure than what we have described in the past, and perhaps how it's been performed.
Yeah, and again, that's like so the board can formulate positions part. It almost seems like the two conflict each other, or there's some ambiguity in that language.
I mean, I think it's supposed to indicate that you're not supposed to go on there and say what you think you should do. You're supposed to go on there and say what you think all the collective would want you to do.
Right.
That's how it reads.
Yeah, and then it's as though it's incumbent on the board to keep the board informed of the issues so that the board
Right.
can formulate positions.
Mhm.
And that's the part that throws me, is okay, so if the board's, but then like if you're in a meeting, how can you can't just go back to a board, you know what I mean? Like you'd have to see
Well,
the
I mean,
agenda.
you could, if a pattern arises and you keep going to the board with information and the board keeps responding along the same lines, you might, the fourth time that happens, you might go, based on my past experiences where I've brought the board these things and they keep formulating the same type of position, I feel fairly comfortable letting you all, speaking for the board in this way. It would then be incumbent upon you to bring that news back to the board, and if the board all of a sudden said, whoa, you've totally got it wrong, pump the brakes,
Okay.
it would then, I think, be incumbent on you to go try to, I mean, and you could deselect this person or something if that kept happening, but.
And then the board would deselect that person?
I mean, it doesn't say, so yeah, I think consensus of the board would be my
It
opinion.
sounds really ambiguous, but it also sounds like it's just informational. It's not really to take any action or really do anything. It's just, they perhaps like somebody to be there. In the case of the mayor wanting to know, but really what action could we really take? I guess my
I'm fine.
thought is that we should focus mainly, not to not involve these, but focus mainly on what's mandatory in our policy, to do because then we can put our best effort forth in doing the ones that, you know, because we have, like you said, we have quite a few committees, and we need to get those off the ground. And the ones that are in our policy that are mandated for us to have, we should probably focus on first and have these outside ones be a secondary. Because otherwise, when you spread yourself too thin, you can't do a good job on, you know, things that we need to really change within the district, or not necessarily change, but advise and be there to support
Well, and
the
like,
different parts of the district, you know, the teaching, you know, all the committees that we have that are mandatory in our policy.
yeah, no, that's a good point, Beth.
I would agree with that.
Okay. And again, like, I guess reiterating, we have, right now already, somebody sitting on planning and zoning. We have somebody sitting on Northwest School Association, somebody sitting on, you know, Spartan Senate. But do we want to formally endorse them as a board, one? And two, do we want to fill the void for SEF, since SEF now has a vacancy, right, somebody's not there. You know, so again,
Has SEF expressed, sorry to cut you off, has SEF expressed a desire to have?
I had a conversation, yeah, I saw in passing, I talked to, is Miss Sauber, right?
Rachel.
She was just saying, oh, we're gonna really miss Alan, he was,
James.
like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
James, you're already.
James, yeah.
Ellen is already going to the.
Not as you.
I keep thinking, because I keep thinking planning and zoning, so I keep saying your name, Ellen. No, so, yes, they're saying, oh, we're gonna miss James.
By the way, what's the acronym? Spell it out. What's the acronym for SEF? I forgot.
Sorry, Sycamore Education Foundation.
Oh, well, actually, if they really wanted someone, I'd be willing to go since I don't have CAC anymore.
So, and again, like, to my earlier point, like,
Then I can
I
come
don't
back
have a
and tell
problem
you
if you
guys
go
about
into
the-
any meeting for that.
Right, right,
Do we want
exactly.
to, as a board, collectively say, okay, Beth is our representative? So,
I guess if we don't do that, there should at least be, I'm concerned that people just wouldn't go, or it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. So maybe it doesn't need to be an official, yes, the board hereby appoints Beth to be the SEF representative, but at least some sort of internal document where we know who is attending what would be helpful, I think, for us.
I mean, given that point 7 is here, I would have a difficult time saying that that internal document doesn't serve as their selection.
It wouldn't necessarily be binding, though. It would just be, someone else could go, you know, I'd assume.
if we're gonna do it, I think, to your point, Bull, like, we should formalize it. And so like, where, in the natural place to put it would be where we have ready appoint committees. We would put it like we've done in the past on the same sheet, and then we would, as a board, I think, formally approve those appointments, and it would be for a set duration of time. Or we clean up policy and we, vest that authority someplace else.
Yeah, I'm willing to serve in whatever capacity is needed to help,
Yeah.
I think we should
Whatever.
do that.
And anyway, I love education, so it sounds good.
It's a good group, yeah. Anyone else? Opinions, thoughts, comments?
I think the Planning and Zoning Commission is important just from the perspective of it affects the taxing body as far as new construction and things in that regard. So there is value probably in that, whether it be a direct board member representing the board or somebody participating on their own behalf.
Okay.
So just a comment.
It's not, this
It
isn't.
doesn't have to change anything.
No, that's fine. And I mean, I know this isn't a time-sensitive issue, so I can, since it isn't time-sensitive, I want to formulate like a more formal recommendation that we can make a motion on. Unless somebody has a motion now and feels invigorated to take it off, I think then expect something on the next agenda, like a formal motion that would instill some process, okay? All right.
Are you there on the Planning and Zoning Committee?
I'm just as a community member. Eric Jones was the
Board.
board representative.
Yes, so now, we used to have two board members there at one point, now we only have one.
Right.
But Alan was appointed before, he was appointed by the mayor before.
Yeah, before
He
long
was
before.
even on the board, yeah. Okay. All right, so look out, future agenda item. All right, 9.03, there is recommended action from the Learning and Teaching Committee regarding the ELA pilot. Pull that up.
Yeah, I got a little excited last time. I can certainly repeat myself if that would be helpful.
Yes, repeat yourself.
Yeah, okay, let me get my notes out here. So, in our last Learning and Teaching Committee meeting, we reviewed the work that the school district has been doing, Mr. Rice has been leading, as far as the ELA curriculum review. They've identified a need for some new resources for ELA. They've identified different resources for different age groups or grade levels. The intent is to have a pilot program in those different grade levels starting in August, running through the year, with the likelihood of a potential suggestion towards the end of the year of adopting whatever these new programs may be. The Learning and Teaching Committee will be meeting on a quarterly basis to evaluate and understand how the pilot's going, what progress is being made, positive, negative, changes that need to be made, the professional development that's been in process, and just the key learnings of the pilot. And so it is the recommendation of the Learning and Teaching Committee that we approve the pilot to be performed over the course of the 2025-26 school year.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion was that the Learning and Teaching Committee recommends that the Sycamore Board of Education approve the pilot process as recommended, which is at the bottom of that memo. You don't have to take a second. So you don't have to. We had a motion from Alan. We had a second from Christian. Any discussion on Alan's preamble and motion? Love the report. Thought it looked really nice. Love the legal reference, the background. Looked really good. So.
I tried.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okey-doke. Move on to the next item. Recommended action from Business Services Committee. Before I read the recommended action, Cole, you got a preamble on this?
I do, thank you. Previously, the Business Services Committee had recommended that the board adopt a restorative 5-year fund balance plan. This plan will include a zero-based expenditure report. This plan will include, but is not limited to, discussion of delayed maintenance, borrowing options, strategic levy and expense reallocation, implications of an FTE freeze or attrition, and a health insurance cost-benefit analysis. Any non-informational parts of the plan, like recommendations, shall be presented in a sensitivity table format showing impact on at least fund balance percent, total FTEs by category, and the average class size per school. Per the board's decision at the previous special meeting, I worked with Mr. Wilder to develop a timeline for implementation of that recommendation. The board has been delivered the timeline in the packet and via email. I won't read it all here, but it culminates in getting everything that motion or that recommendation had originally requested by in draft form August 12th at a Business Services Committee meeting, so that at August 26th the board can adopt or not adopt that plan and also a tentative budget.
Okay. Is there a recommended motion? Do you have a motion for the board that we should discuss?
The recommended motion is to approve this timeline.
Okay.
Or seconded.
All right. Moved by Cole, seconded
Second.
by Beth. Any discussion on the timeline?
The June 10th item, present the 5-year fund balance projections. Has it been made, is the expectation understood that there should be some narrative driving those? For example, we're assuming a 3% raise in this scenario, we're assuming 5% raise here, so that we understand what's going, because our main variable cost, but our main cost that can vary is salaries and staffing. So I guess seeing what is going in would help us give some guidance.
So let me answer, and Steve, you correct me if I'm wrong, which I so often am. I believe that Steve is going to present 3 different scenarios along with narrative assumptions that are baked into them, and they're going to show us various paths to 3 different potential fund balances. And I assume, the narrative assumptions will be along the flavor of what Alex has mentioned.
Yeah, we had a very good conversation, and I would say we were kind of on different pages to start with, but I really felt like the conversation was helpful in terms of identifying what the goal is for both the board and the administration and finding a path to that. But yeah, we talked about doing exactly that. So to answer your question, Alex, yeah, that's our goal.
Good, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on. All right. Next item on the agenda. See, I click it and it takes me away from it. So so 9.05, intergovernmental agreement between the city of Sycamore and the school districts. Oh my gosh, this is where the printed out copy is nice. Okay. We're considering the intergovernmental agreement with the city of Sycamore for the placement of the radio tower on one of the city's water towers, or soon-to-be water tower. It looks like, so we've got this on for first reading. Trust you guys had a chance to take a look at the IGA intergovernmental agreement ahead of time. Any comments on this? I guess, Steve, any preamble we should consider?
Yeah, so when when we moved to the new building, one of the challenges is the existing radio repeater tower for the district is located at the current admin building. So it was a matter of either moving that, constructing a new tower, putting it up at our facility, or looking for another space. There was conversation with the city, who was willing to host that at an existing water tower immediately, or very soon is probably a better way to put it. And in exchange for that is an easement on the back, we refer to it as the back, but it's really the northeast corner of the property on Bethany Road. If at some point in the future the city needs to put up a third water tower, that would be a place where that water tower could go. No immediate need for that.
My name is Mark Bushnell, Bushnell. My work address is 541 DeKalb Avenue. So the conversation started, Mark Ekstrom contacted me probably a year ago, mentioned a need to relocate the antennas and asked if the city was interested in leasing space on one of the towers. We hadn't done that previously, so we had discussed different rental options, and then it just kind of an organic conversation started about your property in 1947 Bethany. I asked basically what the long-term plan for the property was, and mentioned that we had a need for future land in that area for basically drinking water improvements, whether it be a treatment plant option, a tower, and basically I think it's a mutually beneficial agreement. It basically we would be able to receive land at no cost. You'd be able to receive a spot for your antennas at no cost, and it's no direct cost to either entity.
Just a quick question on this then, because I'm speaking to the cost. Thank you, Mark, for coming here and speaking. The roadway that we're going to share 50% of the cost in. Do you guys have any anticipation on what that, because it's an access roadway, right? It's a concrete roadway, provides access to the water tower and to the antennas, right?
The biggest thing is going to be timing. It's going to be who needs it first. So what we basically said was, if the school district relocates something there, they have a need for it, then it would be built at that point. If nobody needs it, it's not going to be built right away. It's not going to be built for no reason. It's only going to be built at a time when we need it, or the district needs it. And I believe there was a caveat of reimbursement, but it was 180 days later. It allowed either entity enough time to budget for the next fiscal year and not pay it out of the existing fiscal year.
Is there anything in the IGA, and I was looking at it just to see that, because it doesn't specify that there's like a limit or an out where the cost is too much, where we maybe couldn't do it or didn't want to do it based on a budget? Is it like, if, for example, if the city of Sycamore said, hey, we're going to put in this roadway because we need it, we need a concrete roadway right now, and it's June 10th, and we've got 20 days left in our budget, and the board hasn't budgeted for 50% of the cost of the roadway. And we don't know what that roadway will cost at that time. Does the IGA account for a situation where the district might not be in a position to pay that 50%? Do we have an out, or are we obligated to the 50% with this IGA?
I don't believe there's an out either way, but in either scenario, the district need for a roadway and the city's need for a roadway are very similar. So there isn't one where the asphalt is going to be twice as thick as the other scenario. So basically both needs are pretty much for the same type of roadway.
Okay.
At some point in the future, one of the possibilities is to move transportation to that location, but it would need to go in the back, and we would need an access road to, for a building that would include a shop, maintenance area for the buses. Parking could exist on a lot of the existing parking lot, but potential, that's one potential use or need from the district's perspective in terms of the road. But if a water tower, water treatment facility goes up, whatever the case may be, the city's going to have to have access to that too. So that's just a possibility in terms of what the district might need a road like that for.
So it would go all the way from, what's the road that runs, that intersects Menards? Is that where we'd build it from Mediterranean all the way out? Or is this just from Bethany? Like, I guess that's what I'm.
You'd be using the existing entrances to
Okay.
the property right now, getting to the back, and the roadway would be just in the green space in the back of that property. So from the paved parking lot to the water
It's
tower.
like 50 or 100 feet maybe.
Yeah.
It's not huge.
Yeah.
Oh, I was envisioning something else.
What other uses do we have
Yeah.
planned for that green space? Or as we've been heavily involved in kind of the vision of that building and the land itself?
We've just kind of spitballed some ideas that transportation would make some sense, a solar field would make some sense. Although I don't think the city allows ground mounted.
The city does not allow ground mounted at this time, and it would, I was going to say, I think it would be a special use, but right now the city is not entertaining ground mounted solar.
Yeah.
If we wanted to put a preschool there eventually and erect a playground, I guess I'd have some concerns about putting a playground next to a water treatment plant.
Yeah. A potential playground would be closer up to the building.
Okay.
We've got a location tentatively that would need some more vetting to make sure that that's the proper place. But if we put up the playground, it would be a lot closer to the building.
Or even just air quality.
It's drinking water.
So it's not like the sewer?
No,
Okay.
it's drinking water.
Okay.
There's one located next to the North Tower. There's one located next to Brothers Park in the Electric Park neighborhood. And there's actually one located on Bethany Road, just about 200 feet to the east right now.
So, just dollars and cents wise, what would it cost to lease antenna space for this or another tower, or say build our own 100-foot pole? Like, I just to decide if this is an economical trade-off on behalf of the taxpayer.
Yeah, so we've inquired about a potential, just kind of an estimate in terms of constructing a tower. I don't have that yet. I don't know what the lease cost would be.
It varies widely. Some are free, some are thousands of dollars per month.
Yeah. So it's like 24 grand a year would be high end.
That was just one of the numbers that
Yeah.
went through.
And then did we get an appraisal of the 2 acres on Bethany Road? Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna, it's $12,000 a year to lease an antenna, what are 2 acres worth? Additionally, if the city retires or sells the water tower, what happens to the 2 acres that we've deeded over?
I don't think that's covered in the IGA. We have not had those 2 acres appraised for value.
That's my question, is also a change of governmental official, like, I'm not seeing where, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not seeing where this is indemnified forever, you know what I mean? So what if we have somebody that doesn't live up to the contract, like after we get a different mayor, different people in office?
It would be between the 2 entities, not necessarily the individuals on that. On either the
Okay,
city
so
council or the
time's
board.
up, yeah.
So, Mark,
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, Mark, I kind of like to put the city on the spot, and that's, is it possible to get a free antenna position? I mean, I know that we recently had the 2 school buses that the fire department used. There's a lot of, friendly intergovernmental processes here. The 2 acres of land potentially has probably considerable value, perhaps, and perhaps that might be something that we could offer to the city, but it seems like a large price to pay for an antenna on top of a water tower that we paid to install feet away.
The city, up to this date, has not entertained communication antennas on water towers, but if we were to allow the school district, we'd be potentially giving up revenue.
Or the
from
city
another
center is
communication.
pretty tall too, I would
Yeah.
think, related to the administration building. I'm just thinking there's a lot of relatively tall buildings or structures that the city owns. We're not trying to preclude the city of generating revenue where there's opportunities, but also 2 acres of industrial land is probably quite valuable and seems to not be an even trade, if you will.
It would be the back corner of the property.
Sure.
So it's, that we basically tried to get out of the way as much as possible. It's, if you were to build a transportation facility, you would need to provide stormwater detention. And that would be on the low end of the property, so this was shifted to the opposite side, so. Mr. Wilder said there hasn't been an appraisal on the property, this would just be a fractional portion of it.
Right, but I think it's reasonable to assume that there's a discrepancy in the two items.
I wouldn't exactly agree with that. It depends on what the lease price for the towers would be, or the lease price for the antennas would be.
Right.
And what that appraisal came out to.
Okay. And how many antennas do you have on your facilities today that you're leasing?
None.
Okay.
The previous staff was not in favor of that because of the, basically, you'd have to work with the communication companies if there was maintenance done on the towers to relocate those. So we're more open to it now as a revenue generating. The current public works director is more open to that than has been previously.
And how large is this antenna? Would it preclude the city from adding additional antennas for revenue?
I'm not sure. I don't know the details of the antenna.
Is it fair to say that it probably wouldn't be real large? I mean, it seems reasonable, but not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how often do these water towers need to be repainted?
Recommended every 25 years.
And do we have a price point at least for removal and reinstallation of such an antenna?
That would be up to the district because we don't have antennas that we move.
Would we have to remove the antenna to have the water tower painted?
I think to paint it you would, but just for any other routine maintenance, I don't see it.
Yeah.
So it would be,
It does seem like this isn't as beneficial to the district as it would be the city. That's just my opinion. Especially we have to pay to install it, we have to pay to remove it when it's painted. We're just leasing, the alternative would be leasing a little bit of a roof somewhere to put an antenna. I guess I'd like to explore the cost of that so we can sort of compare the cost of that versus this option,
Yeah, and then
personally.
I did want to ask, are things like this legally binding forever? I mean, if something happens, like it can
It's an
throw us out of
easement.
the contract, right?
It's an easement, it's a conveyance of property. I mean, there's definitely some permanency to this
Yeah,
agreement
this-
as written, so.
That's what I'm,
I do think the board should really consider the pros and cons, weigh those prior to approving the agreement, but now that we've had it, we've all had a chance to read it, I think it might be beneficial to write up our concerns and maybe go back to the city with what those are and see if they want to amend it in any way or are willing to amend the agreement in any way.
right, because a lot of things can happen. Natural disaster.
Currently, our cell tower, or the radio tower is on the old administration building, right?
Current
Current
We're
administration
at the high
building.
school.
So it's mounted on the top, right? It's okay. And we don't, obviously, we don't lease from ourselves, we just situate it. Would an antenna, do you know off the top of your head, Steve, an antenna like that would work on the new administration building? Or is the range, because the new admin is so far from these schools?
Well, I think the height of the tower is the most important part, and I don't know off the top of my head the elevation. You know, if it's the same, if it's different, you know, we'd have to investigate that. I think the most important thing is to get the tower as high up in the air as possible, because it covers all of our radios, you know, handheld radio devices in the district as well as the transportation.
And who owns the county antenna, the one right by the new jail and the library? I mean, is that the county?
I guess it's the county, but I don't know.
Just another thought. But
I mean, putting it on here, like you said, that's, and if we explored putting it on this building?
high school?
We haven't,
No,
no,
but
and-
is that, I just don't know.
So I'm just
I
gonna
guess I'd like
jot-
to look into some more options,
jot
is where I'm at
down-
before we agree to this.
So we've got a cost estimate coming for constructing a new tower at the new building.
Oh, we do. There's a cost for the, you said there is a cost estimate?
I've requested a cost, we've requested a cost estimate, we just don't have it yet.
Oh,
And an
okay,
appraisal
well,
of the
that's
2 acres.
We're still
land.
working on
Yeah, so I'm just kind of jotting down, is there any other information the board would like before you make a final decision?
If there
Appraisal
are
of 2
any-
acres.
Yeah, appraisal of 2 acres.
If there are any other, if there are any district buildings that are falling up, is that one of them that was?
Right, I mean, I think we can all acknowledge that we want a radio antenna.
For sure.
Right?
No question.
So that's, yes. But I think the open-ended part is, and it's not that this isn't a good deal with the city, because it very well may be a really good deal and a win-win for everybody. The hard part for, at least it sounds like for the board, is understanding what the board's alternatives are to this, rather than just yes or no, is like, well, it would cost the board to put on the existing building $150,000 and the range would be bad, but if we put it on this water tower, it'll cost us $30,000 and the range would be great. And it's like, oh man, this is, then wow, the city's really doing us a favor because we're saving a bunch of money.
And to that point, I mean, that's not to say we absolutely need these 2 acres at the back of the property that the city's already looking at. I mean, if the city really wants them, if they want to look at them, maybe there's another agreement we can come to as well, you know, I mean, I love it when governments work together on a project. I think that helps everybody. So I don't want to discourage the city in any way in trying to work something out if they're interested in this property.
Well, and that's the thing, I think that's why I think it's good this is on first reading. We have an opportunity to talk this out, kind of go, okay, hey, what is the true savings that, you know, we can kind of, I mean, you're not going to have all your options, but maybe just one. Go, hey, this is what we think the perceived savings are, and we can say, hey, thanks, city, for this, and it's mutually agreeable when we look at it for second reading, or maybe we go, oh, well, you know, this is a good offer from the city. We didn't realize we had maybe another more viable option, and collectively, all the taxpayers win. So that's, you know, the mutual agreement part. So, again, it's first reading, so no vote needed. Steve, do you think it's practical before the June meeting to be, the June regular meeting, to be able to have one alternative option to the antenna placement?
I believe I'll have a cost estimate that I could share with the board pretty quickly. I would guess easily before the June meeting. You know, other buildings to see if other district-owned buildings to see if they're suitable to install the antenna, and if they're, you know, in behind it, that sort of thing. That might take me a little bit longer. The appraisal of the 2 acres, try to have that, I can't.
Yeah, well, like, who's our antenna guy? Who's the person doing this, you know?
That's a really good question. We would farm that out. We wouldn't do that ourselves, we would have to hire that out.
Well, and like, so what's our timeline then on the antenna? Are we thinking, because if we still have the old admin building, presumably for however long until the board accepts the bid on this, that antenna works. But if we did hypothetically sell that admin building as soon as, let's just say, July 1st, suffice to say we don't have an antenna July 1st, then.
Potentially, yeah. Unless we come to an agreement with the buyer to leave the antenna there in place for, you know, a period of time, we'd have to investigate that.
That's interesting too.
I don't think we need just one option. I think we just explore options and have, and come with, the admin come with their recommendation.
Well, because the other,
But
yeah.
show the other options.
Right. So, okay.
Yeah, it could be good.
Does that seem, do you think that's doable, Steve, that before the next meeting, we just have maybe some line of sight on some other antenna placement options, just so we can get kind of our head around the cost?
Yeah, I know, I can certainly provide some options, and then the board can weigh those and make a decision.
Awesome, thanks. And thank you, Mark, for
Thank
coming
you.
in. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't sitting here and kind of fly on the wall for this. So. All right, that's all we've got on the regular agenda. Let me make sure. 9.05, yep, that's the last thing. So we're going to go into executive session. So talk about, let me pull up my exemptions. We've got a few things. So I'll post a motion to go into executive session for discussion of the employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, as well as collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees. We're also going to talk about the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, setting of the price or sale or lease of property owned by the public body, and litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal. Self-evaluation practices and procedures. No, I'm sorry, scratch that. Yes, so loaded executive session, but those are the exemptions. So exemptions 1, would it be 2?
It would be this, it would be the,
Yeah, 1, 2, we have, and this is for you, Kelly, so you don't have to type it all out, but exemptions 1, 2, 8, 7, 6, and 12. Okay, so.
I'll make a motion to go to executive session. Yeah.
Thanks.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Who was the second?
Kelly, would you call the roll?
Santu,
Yes.
Papa,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Grados,
yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Tomlinson, yes, DeVito,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Just hang out. to postpone indefinitely?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's been postponed. This meeting stands adjourned
As
Thank
of
you.
11:41 PM.
as of 11:41 p.m.
Thank you.